Mission Control, we are now monitoring the demating of the umbilical. This is the mechanism that provided electrical power to the Dragon Freedom during the time it was docked to the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module. Originally, Freedom docked at the forward port of Harmony and then back on November 3rd with Williams, Nominal, Wilmore, Hagen, Gorbanoff on board. Umbilical demate reported to be complete. As we stand by for the initiation of the opening of the hooks, 2 gangs of hooks, 12 hooks in all, holding Dragon to the docking port on the zenith side of Harmony. Again, Harmony was the port of call for Freedom initially when it arrived back in September, the forward port itself. It experienced a relocation maneuver with Haig, Gorbanoff, Williams, and Wilmore on board back on November 3rd to move from the forward port to the zenith port, a short spin around the block to reposition that spacecraft where it has been mated and docked to the International Space Station since last November. 3.5 minutes away from physical separation. Once the physical separation occurs between Dragon and the docking port on Harmony, it will begin to move above the station at a very slow rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second. Then we'll move behind the station. A series of departure burns will then put it on a trajectory to carry it below the station and on its way to a safe distance away from the International Space Station for its deorbit burn that will occur at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday afternoon to begin the final leg of the ride home for Williams, Wilmore, Haig, and Gorbanoff. Two and a half minutes to go until physical separation. All systems reported to be in great shape. The latest weather forecast off the coast of Florida at the Splashdown sites indicates pristine weather for the arrival of the Crew 9 crew on Tuesday afternoon.
Open and nominal.
The first gang of hooks has opened, standing by for the second. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another to initiate that opening rate for Dragon. "90 seconds till physical separation. Heading into the home stretch for Williams and Wilmore, the beginning of the end for a 9.5-month mission in space. The interface between Dragon and the International Docking Adapter no longer sealed. The International Space Station and Dragon flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean at an altitude of 261 statute miles.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer. Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
And Freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe, working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
Houston Station on the big loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You're listening into Big Loop communications between Crew 9, the International Space Station, and the ground, as Crew 9 with Butch Wilmore, Suni Williams, and the rest of Crew 9 are beginning their journey home on Crew Dragon Freedom. We are just under 17 hours away from Splashdown. Let's listen back into Mission Control.
We ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
Love you guys.
So an exchange of poignant words between the Dragon commander, Nick Hague, as well as the Crew 10 crew, the newly arrived Crew 10 crew members, Ann McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom. Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, undocking occurring just about 5 minutes ago at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, coming up here in the next minute or so will be the spacecraft's exit from what is called the keep-out sphere That is the first imaginary line between the space station and the departure corridor for the Dragon itself. That will be followed by Dragon maneuvering to a Sun communications pointing orientation and to enable better communications between the tracking and data relay satellite system and Dragon's communications capability itself. The approach ellipsoid exit, that basically is the end of integrated operations, where Dragon will cross that imaginary line to move beyond the neighborhood of the station, as it were, is scheduled about 14 minutes from now. The departure 1 burn now complete, all nominal.
Depart burn 1 nominal. Your go to DOF suits per procedure 4.012, and a final reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Copies. Good depart 1 burn, and we are good to DOF suits. That's in work momentarily. We'll expect to go off big loop when we get outside the field, sir.
That's a good readback, Freedom.
With all the Freedom thrusters operating in perfect fashion, the acknowledgement by the spacecraft communicator in Hawthorne to Commander Nick Hague aboard Freedom that the crew has been given the go-ahead to get out of their entry suits for the time being, get into more comfortable clothing as Dragon continues its traverse away from the International Space Station. This will continue throughout the course of the overnight hours into tomorrow afternoon, a series of pre-programmed maneuvers that will enable Freedom to be in a position for its deorbit burn on Tuesday afternoon. That deorbit burn is scheduled to take place at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver to enable Dragon to slip out of orbit. Its velocity slowed by 53.2 meters per second, enabling it to begin its high-speed entry back through Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown off the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of America at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
Station and Houston, on the big loop, Dragon has exited the keep out sphere.
Copies.
Freedom SpaceX
McLean,
on the big loop. Dragon
acknowledging.
has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Configure comm for Dragon to ground in preparation for big loop deactivation. I'm Freedom SpaceX on the big loop. Premature call. We have exited the keep out sphere but are still in the approach ellipsoid.
SpaceX Freedom, come check on the hidden light.
Freedom, we have you loud and clear. How us?
The Dragon, having crossed the keep-out sphere, next major milestone will be the exiting of the approach ellipsoid to depart the neighborhood of the station. With that, we'll toss it for the moment back to Hawthorne and Veronica and Sandra.
Thanks so much, Rob. As Rob just mentioned, we are now waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, also known as AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. in the same family as the keep-out sphere. It's one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft either arriving or departing the station. Before moving into the keep-out sphere or the approach ellipsoid, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for a set period of time, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering.
That's right. And that approach ellipsoid, once we get past that milestone, will be something that we call the end of integrated operations. And integrated operations means that we are talking to each other on the big loop. So we did hear those communications back and forth. The big loop, not only the crew on the International Space Station, the crew in Dragon, but also both Mission Control Houston and in Hawthorne. Hence the name, the Big Loop, because they're all working together to make sure that they have common communications during some of these dynamic portions of flight. So again, we are standing by for approach ellipsoid exit at 10:24 p.m. Pacific time. And on your screen there, we are getting a view of Dragon from the International Space Station, now quite a bit smaller than when we just saw a few minutes ago, undocking at 10:05 p.m. Pacific. Also in the line of sight there, we have a small view of the Canadarm, which is a robotic arm that helps do some maneuvering and is utilized a lot during spacewalks on board the International Space Station. So to recap, the hatches between the International Space Station and Dragon were closed earlier today at 8:05 p.m. Pacific, 11:05 p.m. Eastern. Since then, the crew has settled in and is working to take off their spacesuits for their 17-hour journey back to Earth. The joint NASA and SpaceX teams did, of course, pull go to proceed with undocking, and that undocking command was then sent at 10 p.m. Pacific, followed by umbilical retraction and hooks opening, with physical separation taking place at 10:05 p.m. Pacific, as the space station and Dragon were traveling 261 statute miles off the coast of Guam over the Pacific Ocean. Dragon then completed 2 of 4 departure burns and has exited the keep-out sphere, and we are now just minutes away from Dragon crossing the approach ellipsoid to set the spacecraft and Crew 9 up for their path back to Earth. Again, Dragon is targeting to splash down off the coast of Florida in the Gulf at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, 5:57 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, March 18th, marking the completion of a long-duration science and research mission.
Great views right now on your screen of Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California.
It looks like we're starting to get maybe some views there of Dragon as well. These views are being controlled by one of the flight controllers in Mission Control Houston called Cronus, and they help to make sure that the cameras are in position to view not only visiting vehicles that are arriving and departing, but also help to ensure that cameras are in position to get great Earth views, ensure that perhaps if we're flying over a natural disaster like a hurricane or a wildfire, they are ensuring that those great cameras on board the International Space Station are being put to good use to capture all of the science and research that we can aboard the microgravity laboratory. And, you know, fun fact, actually, the International Space Station will be celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence this November. So if you are younger than 25 years old, you have never known a day in your life where there was not a human being living and working aboard the International Space Station.
That is so cool to me. It's just this amazing step forward for human exploration in space.
And with that, we're going to check back in with Rob Navius at the Johnson Space Center one more time. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Sandra. You mentioned that continuous presence on board the International Space Station. We are approaching the point of the approach ellipsoid exit, which will mark the end of integrated operations with the International Space Station and the flight control team here in Houston. Just a reminder, on board, 7 crew members representing 3 nations: Alexei Ovchinin, the station commander, and his Roscosmos colleagues Ivan Wagner and Kirill Peskov, Anne McLean, Nicole Ayers, and Don Pettit of NASA, and Takoya Onishi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Ovchinin, Wagner, and Pettit are next up to depart the station on April 19th. They are scheduled to return home to the steppe of Kazakhstan and a parachute-assisted landing on April 19th U.S. time, April 20th in Kazakhstan. Before that happens, another NASA astronaut, Johnny Kim, along with 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, will be launching from Baikonur on April 8th as that continuous presence of researchers on board the International Space Station continues unbroken. Sandra?
And thank you so much, Rob, for that update. We really appreciate you joining us here as you spent your evening in Mission Control Houston. Again, we are continuing to get these views following Dragon's undocking from the International Space Station at 10:05 p.m. Pacific time. That sets us up for a splashdown tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Florida. And so we did mention that the crew was busy with a lot of science and research investigations during their time on board the International Space Station. That really is the whole point of the International Space Station, is to conduct science and research investigations, eventually leading to longer duration missions to the moon and then on to Mars.
We're, of course, standing by for any further communications from Crew 9 on board Dragon Freedom at this time. But it's a great opportunity for us to comment on some of the amazing science that Crew 9 conducted while they were on board the station. In total, Crew 9 completed more than 150 experiments, conducting over 900 hours of research. Following their splashdown tomorrow, some of those time-sensitive experiments will be among the first offloaded off the capsule and then returned to various research facilities across the country so that the science can continue.
And in addition to that science, they also completed a few spacewalks, one of which was to actually swab the outside of the International Space Station for microorganisms to see if anything might potentially be able to survive the harsh environment of space, which is pretty interesting. Another one was a spacewalk to remove a radio frequency group, or the RFG. NASA astronaut Suni Williams was able to successfully remove that, which was a big milestone for NASA. And as you mentioned, over 530 hours specifically dedicated to NASA science between NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. So that just goes to show the great use that the microgravity lab has for science and research on the ground.
I still can't get over that fact that you shared that it has been almost 25 years of continuous operation on board the ISS. That's amazing.
Yes, over 270
Station
people.
on 2 for PMA3 closeout photos.
Go ahead, Ann.
I just downlinked the card with all of the PMA3 and IDA and Dragon Hatch photos, as well as Crew 9 departure. Those are on SSC 17.
Copy, 1-7.
And just want to clarify, also on 17, I did a whole series of kind of inspection documentation photos before departure, and then a series after departure per the instructions. So 2 different folders with before and after photos.
We copy.
And that was the voice of NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who is still on board the International Space Station, stepping through procedures with the ground to wrap up after undocking, taking some photography of the hatch that the team on the ground will inspect, make sure everything checks out just fine. So we are awaiting the confirmation that Crew Dragon Freedom has exited the approach ellipsoid. We're expecting that here in just a couple of seconds here, really. So we might hear that call out here shortly.
And again, if you're just joining us, the approach ellipsoid is a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep-out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
That's exactly right. So we'll continue to stand by for that. Now, you may be wondering, what will the crew be doing during their 17-hour phasing? You did hear the call out earlier that they had to go to doff or take off their spacesuits. So they'll get settled in, have the opportunity to have a meal, and try and get some sleep before their targeted splashdown off the coast of Florida tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow afternoon. So we are looking forward to seeing them splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow. So continuing to stand by for that approach ellipsoid exit. Should be hearing the call out any moment now. And that will really end the portion of integrated operations between the Space Station, Dragon, Hawthorne, Mission Control, and Mission Control Houston as well.
Freedom, SpaceX on the Big Loop. Dragon has now exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Please make sure that comm is configured for Dragon to ground.
And SpaceX Freedom on Dragon to ground. Understand we're altitude approach. Ellipsoid, 24-hour freedom.
Good confirmations there, both from Mission Control and Dragon.
And again, we did hear confirmation that Dragon Freedom has now exited the approach ellipsoid, or AE, which is that imaginary shape that's three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep out sphere. So one of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call that 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. This means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
With that, Crew 9 has officially departed the International Space Station. As Sandra mentioned, it will take them about 17 hours until they make their way back to Earth. So the crew is currently settling, as Sandra mentioned, for a little bit of dinner, or maybe get their suits off before they take some time to rest before returning to Earth. Dragon is, of course, targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow at 5:57 p.m. Eastern, 2:57 p.m. Pacific on March 18th, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by a SpaceX recovery vessel. As they rest up, our teams here will continue to keep an eye on the weather to ensure a safe return for Dragon and our Crew 9 astronauts.
And though our coverage here...
And if you're just joining us, that is it. Crew 9 is officially on their way home. 16 hours, 27 minutes, and some seconds away from that targeted time of splashdown. Now, NASA and SpaceX are getting ready to conclude their live coverage, but that doesn't mean you have to go anywhere. If you are on our Butch and Suni Return to Earth coverage stream or our Crew 9 tracker, you can stay with us. If you're on a stream that says Undocking in the title, jump on over, click the helmet icon for our channel, and join us on one of the other streams. They will be staying live, listening in to station-to-ground communications and the latest updates coming in from NASA. We will get those updates a couple times an hour with how things are proceeding with Crew Dragon Freedom and Crew 9 on their journey back home from the International Space Station. It's a live view inside SpaceX Mission Control, and now we're going to transition. And we are now listening in to station-to-ground communications and NASA communications for those updates as we follow along with the final 16 and a half hours of Crew 9. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together. And if you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage. In low Earth orbit tracking or mission update streams like this, we follow all dockings, undockings, and return to Earth from the International Space Station, as well as give you in-space mission trackers and more. You can follow along and get updates on the latest space news at tlpnetwork.com, as well as check out the latest on the launch schedule with our TLP launch calendar. Our community hangs out over on Discord, and you can join us. The link's in the chat, and it's free to join us there. I'm going to hop on over and say hello. I know there's some people in general comms, so we'll jump on over there, say hi, maybe answer a few more questions while we follow the final 16 and a half hours of Crew 9's journey. Again, if you're on the stream that says Undocking in its title, this stream is ending, but if you're listening on the Return to Earth coverage or our Crew 9 tracker or the ISS 24/7, these streams will stay live as we follow along as Butch and Suni are finally on their journey home. On behalf of the entire TLP crew, thank you so much for joining us. Stay with us right here as we continue to follow along on Crew 9's journey home back to Earth. Stay with us.
Freedom SpaceX, ground is pulled go for depart burn 2. Burn can be monitored per your displays. Freedom SpaceX on Dragon to ground. A reminder to set the control panels push to talk destination to ground.
And copy that. We are configured now correctly.
SpaceX copies, we have you loud and clear. Also wanted to confirm that you heard we pulled go for depart burn 2, looking for your confirmation.
Yep, we heard go, and we are following along.
SpaceX copies all.
SpaceX Freedom with a question.
Freedom, go ahead.
Yeah, I got handover training from Ann where they deployed their temp sensors on the uphill. I was looking for something in the downhill timeline that would show me when we should deploy those sensors and when we should collect them back up and stow them. Looking for some guidance.
Freedom, perfect timing. We did not have a chance to put this on the crew timeline, so we actually had, we were about to call you guys up and remind you that now would be a great time to deploy those handheld temperature sensors per procedure 2.203 in your tablet PDF.
Okay, we'll start putting that in work. And then in terms of picking them up and stowing them back, I assume when we come back on duty after the off-duty period, that's a reasonable time to start cleaning it up.
Affirm, Nick. We have a reminder to tell you guys to stow the handheld temp sensors at the end of your off-duty. And if you're ready, I actually have some information for your off-duty period if you're ready to copy.
Ready.
Tom, tomorrow for the end of your off-duty is looking a bit spotty. We want to make sure that we start deorbit prep on the right foot, so we're going to end off-duty an hour earlier. That will put crew off-duty ending at 1450 Zulu. How copy? And Freedom SpaceX, you came through very quiet.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit louder. 1450 Zulu is end of off-duty.
Affirm. And we got you loud and clear now.
Excellent.
We are coming to you live from Mission Control Houston from the International Space Station Flight Control Room with live mission audio coverage as NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 makes their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida. Coming up in about 6 minutes, we will have the Depart Burn 2, which will ultimately give Dragon and the crew the boost they need to return home. Right now we are standing by to receive confirmation of the start of that burn. This burn will last about 44 seconds and will adjust the attitude of the spacecraft about 3 meters per second. Crew 9 undocked from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module at about 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time earlier this morning. The Crew 9 quartet, NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations that will benefit humanity back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring further beyond low Earth orbit. While on station, Crew 9 in total saw the arrival of 8 vehicles as well as a departure of 8 vehicles. Those arrival vehicles included 5 resupply missions, 2 commercial crew missions, and 1 Soyuz mission, with NASA astronaut Don Pettit aboard. Crew 9 saw the departure of 5 resupply vehicles as well, and 2 commercial crews and 1 Soyuz mission with Tracy Dyson. The undocking between Dragon Freedom, with the crew on board, and the International Space Station will take Freedom above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory through a series of maneuvers that are known as departure burns. Freedom will swing below the space station on a trajectory for the deorbit burn, about a 7-minute and 29-second maneuver that is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon, March 18th. This burn will ultimately slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere and a parachuted assisted landing or splashdown off the coast of Florida. Again, we have that Depart Burn 2 coming up in about 2.5 minutes. About 30 minutes ago, Dragon and the crew exited the approach ellipsoid, a 4 by 2 by 2 kilometer boundary around the space station. That approach ellipsoid exit was the burn that ultimately brought Dragon and the crew outside of that keep-out sphere and will ultimately begin the phasing period for NASA SpaceX Crew 9. During this phasing period, Dragon, Freedom, and Crew 9 will undergo a series of automatic maneuvers, meaning the crew won't have to do anything, or burns that will prepare Crew 9 for their return back to Earth. And again, NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 is expected to splash down off the coast of Florida at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon, Tuesday, March 18th. And we are standing by to hear confirmation of Depart Burn 2 coming up in about 50 seconds here. This is the 5th burn so far on their journey back home. And we just heard confirmation that Depart 2 burn is indeed in progress.
Freedom, SpaceX, Depart Burn 2 complete and nominal.
As you just heard, we just received confirmation of a nominal Depart 2 burn lasting about 44 seconds and adjusting the attitude of the spacecraft about 3 meters per second. The next burn is scheduled, Depart Burn 3 is scheduled for about the next 45 minutes from now, and it will ultimately pave Dragon on the right path to return home to Earth and Splashdown off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. We are currently in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 Re-entry and Splashdown. We will be providing...
SpaceX, I have 3 items/reminders for you. Please report when ready to copy.
We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through re-entry and splashdown for Crew 9, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston.
SpaceX, I'm ready to copy.
Alrighty, Freedom, I have 3 items for you. Number 1, you guys had a really busy day on station, so we wanted to delay letting you know that we had a minor finding about the ISS water bags for fluid loading. Ground teams discovered that the 250 milliliter water bags are underqualified for splashdown loads on Dragon, and if they're not consumed, they might leak into Dragon structural components. This is not a safety risk for your mission, but would be undesirable for cabin refurbishment progress. The ask on your side is that if you guys are unable to fully consume any of the ISS drinking bags for fluid loading, we will need you to double bag them ahead of final stowage during the deorbit prep as an extra layer of caution. How copy?
We'll double bag, and the plan is we will be those will be bone dry.
Copy. We're looking forward to them being bone dry and you guys being hydrated. Number 2, a reminder that your off-duty is starting now and that you can use the Do Not Disturb flag in 4.050, your sleep preparation procedure, to keep ground informed of when you guys are trying to sleep.
Okay, liberal use of Do Not Disturb authorized. Copy.
And finally, a question for you. Ground would like to know if you would like a PMC ahead of off-duty.
And I just pulled the crew. No need. We can waive the PMC before off-duty.
SpaceX copies, and when able, please provide a status on the handheld temperature sensor deployment.
We are in the middle of deployment.
We copy. Thank you.
If you are just now joining us, we are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center's Mission Control Houston. Right now we are monitoring NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is currently set for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew 9 undocked from the International Space Station, the zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module, about an hour and a half ago. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov conducted hundreds of science experiments while on the space station. This spaceflight was Suni Williams' third flight. She has a total of 608 days in space, the second most by an American astronaut, surpassing Peggy Whitson, who had 675 days in space. Williams also conducted 2 EVAs and now has conducted 9 EVAs total in her career, for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever and most by a woman. Butch Wilmore has totaled 464 days on his 3rd spaceflight. He conducted 1 spacewalk and now has conducted 5 total spacewalks in his career, for a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. NASA astronaut Nick Hague, on his 3rd spaceflight, had a total of 374 days in space. He conducted 1 spacewalk and now has 4 total spacewalks in his career, for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. The Crew 9 mission was Alexander Gorbanov's first spaceflight, and he now has a total of 171 days in space. Coming up in approximately 20 minutes, we will have Depart Burn 3 underway, which will ultimately give Dragon, Freedom, and the crew the boost they need to return home. We are currently standing by to receive confirmation of the beginning of that burn.
Freedom, SpaceX, ground is pulled go for Depart Burn 3.
And you just heard that we have a go for Depart Burn 3.
And we can report that the temperature sensors have successfully been deployed.
Copy on the temperature sensors successfully being deployed. We'll be looking for the serial number associated with each location.
That's no problem. It is consistent with what used.
Copy. We'll be ready to copy those when ready.
Okay, so for the temp and humidity sensors, serial number 1101 is in the CCMK. Serial number 1102 is on the side hatch handrail. And 1103 is under C2. Globe temp sensors, serial number 1002 is on the C2 armrest. Serial number 1001 is velcroed to C2 between C2 and 3.
SpaceX copies all, and just a reminder that in the event of emergency, all sensors should be stowed.
So as you just heard, we do have a go for Depart Burn 3, which will be underway in about 17.5 minutes or so. This will ultimately give Dragon the boost they need to eventually splash down later this afternoon. This burn will last about 64 seconds, just over a minute, and will adjust the attitude of the spacecraft about 4 meters per second. Over the past weekend, NASA SpaceX Crew 10 with NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov arrived at the International Space Station on Sunday as the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft named Endurance docked to the orbiting laboratory at 12:04 a.m. Eastern Time.
And SpaceX Freedom.
Go ahead, Freedom.
The forward hatch, the hatch indication or position indication is just a little more offset than I would have expected. I know we passed the leak check. I took a picture of it just so that we could try to fix that on future flights, but it's probably a quarter-inch short of the closed indication.
After Crew 10 arrived to the orbiting laboratory, they completed a direct handover with Crew 9, including science, technology, and procedures to prepare for their departure from the space station. Again, splashdown of Crew 9 is expected later this afternoon at 4:57 p.m. Central Time.
We're tracking that the hatch indicator is a bit more off, a quarter-inch short of the closed indication. We're tracking. We'll get back to you, but at this time we did have a successful leak check and we see a healthy cabin environment.
I'm comfortable. It's just wanted to know and see if it's something we could fix in the future, on future missions.
Yep, we appreciate those heads up and those words.
And as you just heard, the crew aboard Dragon Freedom, that was NASA astronaut Nick Hague, having conversation with flight controllers at the SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. Flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston as well as in Hawthorne, California are continuing to monitor Dragon Freedom and NASA SpaceX.
And Freedom SpaceX for follow-up question.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We were just chatting here on the ground and want to confirm that when you guys were closing the hatch that you ratcheted the handle.
Indeed.
We copy. Thanks for that clarification.
Yep, no problem.
The flight control teams here in Houston and Hawthorne, California are continuing to monitor the spacecraft and the crew as they make their way back to Earth and undergo a series of automatic maneuvers and burns over the next 17 hours or so during their phasing period. Again, we are expecting that Depart Burn 3 to happen in about 13 minutes or so. This burn will last just over a minute. This is the 6th burn so far on their trip back home. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the scientific milestones that the crew accomplished during their journey. NASA astronaut Nick Hague processed samples on board the space station for Anthrospira C, an investigation from the European Space Agency that transplants and grows microalgae aboard the space station. These organisms conduct photosynthesis and could be used to convert carbon dioxide exhaled by the crew members into oxygen. This experiment helped maintain a safe atmosphere inside the spacecraft and could also help provide fresh food on long-duration space missions in the future. Researchers are testing the European Enhanced Exploration Exercise device, a modular device that combines cycling, rowing, and resistance exercise to help keep the crews healthy on long-duration missions like Crew 9. This device is a single small device effective at countering bone and muscle loss and improving cardiovascular health that could help the crew on future missions. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore worked on installing this device aboard the International Space Station ahead of its evaluation. Crew 9 also grew red romaine lettuce in the International Space Station's Advanced Plant Habitat, studying how different moisture levels affect the microbial communities in plants and water. These results could show how less than ideal conditions affect plant growth and help scientists design systems to produce safe and nutritious food for crew members during long-duration missions and deep space exploration. During this mission, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams were on a spacewalk together. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore swabbed the exterior of the International Space Station for external microorganisms. This was an investigation exploring whether microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which ones survive. Humans carry microorganisms along with them wherever they go, and this investigation could help scientists take steps to limit microbial spread to places like the Moon and to Mars. These experiments and scientific studies are just a few of the hundreds that NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 completed during their stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. Pretty impressive. We will be providing mission audio updates throughout Crew's 17-hour phasing period as we look forward to their return later this afternoon. Coming up in 9 minutes is that depart burn 3, and we are just awaiting confirmation of the start of that burn, and we will return back once we hear that confirmation. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. and that Depart Burn 3 is currently underway. It'll last just over a minute. We'll await confirmation of the completion of that burn. And we just heard confirmation of a nominal burn for Depart Burn 3. Depart Burn 3 ultimately gave Dragon and the crew the boost they need to stay on track to splashdown later this afternoon off the coast of Florida. Again, that splashdown is approximately at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, later this afternoon, Tuesday, March 18th. The next burn that we can be expecting is a departure phase burn. This burn will occur a little after 4 a.m. Central Time, 5 a.m. Eastern Time, and will ultimately pave the way for Dragon to be on track to continue with the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is a 7-minute 29-second braking maneuver that is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time.
Freedom, SpaceX, no response required. Depart Burn 3 nominal and complete.
And you just heard that confirmation of a nominal Depart 3 burn yet again. These Depart burns are preparing for the deorbit burn later this afternoon to prepare for splashdown off the coast of Florida. The deorbit burn will slow down Dragon by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. This will then lead to a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast, again at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon. Flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are currently monitoring the Dragon spacecraft carrying Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov as they make their way home. We are currently in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. We will be continuing to provide mission audio coverage throughout the phasing period, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. If you are just now joining us, we are live providing mission audio updates here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center here in Mission Control, Houston. We are currently monitoring NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown at the moment is set for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, again off the coast of Florida. NASA astronaut Nick Hague, Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov have conducted hundreds of science experiments during their long-duration mission aboard the orbiting laboratory. They also saw the arrival of, in total, 8 vehicles, and as well as the departure of 8 vehicles. Williams and Wilmore had a mission duration of 286 days on the International Space Station. And Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov had a mission duration of 171 days. NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 was the 44th Dragon mission to the International Space Station. Crew 9 is currently aboard Dragon Freedom. This is Freedom's 4th flight and previously flew NASA's SpaceX Crew 4, Axiom Mission 2, and Axiom Mission 3. Crew 9 undocked from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module on the space station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time earlier this morning. Again, their splashdown is set for later this afternoon for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and that time is approximate. While on the space station, some spacewalks were completed. Suni Williams conducted 2 spacewalks and now has conducted 9 total in her career, for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes. This is the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most completed by a woman. Butch Wilmore conducted an EVA on this mission and now has conducted 5 total in his career, for a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. Crew 9's Nick Hague conducted 1 spacewalk on this mission and now has conducted 4 total in his career, totaling 25 hours and 56 minutes. This was the 3rd spaceflight for Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Nick Hague, and the 1st for Alexander Gorbanov. So far, we've seen the completion of about 6 automatic maneuvers or burns that are ultimately paving Dragon Freedom on the right path to splashdown off the coast of Florida this afternoon. All of these burns are preparing for the deorbit burn that is currently scheduled for 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon. And this deorbit burn will slow Dragon down more than 50 meters per second and will allow it to drop out of orbit for high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere, bringing Crew 9 home. At the moment, we are expecting another burn in about an hour and 45 minutes from now. This will be the departure phase burn and will last, and will move Dragon about 23 miles, again to pave that path and put Dragon on the right journey to return home. While aboard the space station, Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled 121,347,491 statute miles. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they traveled 72,553,920 statute miles. As we wait for the next burn coming up at about 4 a.m., 4:02 a.m. Central Time, 5:02 a.m. Eastern Time, let's get to know the crew a little bit. Nick Hague served as the crew commander for NASA SpaceX Crew 9. This was his third launch and second mission to the International Space Station. During his first launch in October of 2018, Hague and his crewmates, Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin, experienced a rocket booster failure and it resulted in an in-flight post-launch abort, a ballistic reentry, and a safe landing in their Soyuz MS-10 spacecraft. 5 months later, Hague launched aboard Soyuz MS-12 and served as a flight engineer aboard the space station during Expeditions 59 and 60. During Expedition 59, he was joined by NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who is now currently aboard the space station once again on NASA SpaceX Crew 10 mission, and they completed their very first spacewalk together. Hague has spent 203 days in space, and that was prior to NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission. He was born in Belleville, Kansas, and earned a bachelor's degree in astronautical engineering from the United States Air Force Academy and a master's degree in aeronautical and astronautical engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Hague was selected as an astronaut by NASA in 2013. He's an active duty colonel in the U.S. Space Force and completed a developmental rotation at the Defense Department, as well as served as the Space Force's Director of Test and Evaluation. At the end of the Crew 9 mission, Nick Hague will have logged 374 days in space. Suni Williams was the pilot for the Boeing Crew flight test. Before her time on this mission, she had spent 322 days across two missions, Expedition 14 and 15 in 2006 through 2007, and Expedition 32 and 33 in 2012. She's from Massachusetts and also conducted 7 spacewalks prior to Crew 9. She conducted 2 EVAs during the Crew 9 mission and now has 9 EVAs total in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in physical science from the U.S. Naval Academy before obtaining her master's degree in engineering management from the Florida Institute of Technology. In total, Suni has logged more than 3,000 flight hours in over 30 different aircraft and is set to return home later this afternoon. Butch was the commander for the Boeing crew flight test with NASA astronaut Suni Williams as the pilot. This was his 3rd spaceflight and now has totaled 464 days in space after his current mission to the International Space Station. In 2009, he served as a pilot aboard the Space Shuttle Atlantis for STS-129 and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 until November 2014, when he assumed command of the space station upon arrival of the Expedition 42 crew. Prior to being selected by NASA in 2000, the father of 2 obtained both his bachelor's degree and master's degree in electrical engineering from Tennessee Technological University. He also graduated with another master's degree in aviation systems from the University of Tennessee. He also is a graduate of the United States Naval Test Pilot School and has completed 4 operational deployments during his tenure as a fleet naval officer and aviator. During his spaceflight, Wilmore conducted 1 spacewalk and now has conducted 5 total in his career, totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. Alexander Gorbanov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut, embarked on his first trip to the space station as a mission specialist for Crew 9. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft and upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute. He graduated from the military department with a specialty in operating and repairing aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his selection as a cosmonaut in 2018, he worked as an engineer for Rocket Space Corp. During the Crew 9 mission, Alexander Gorbanov has a total of 171 days in space. As of right now, we are waiting for the next departure phase burn, which is coming up at around 4 a.m. Central Time, 5 a.m. Eastern Time. At the moment, we are going to be providing continuous mission audio coverage through Reentry and Splashdown for the Crew 9 mission. We will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for the beginning of coverage of Reentry and Splashdown. Again, we are on standby for that next burn coming up in about an hour and a half or so, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. you are just now joining us, we are live providing live mission audio coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew 9 as they're making their way back home to Earth through a 17-hour phasing period, eventually splashing down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is currently set for Tuesday, March 18th at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. At this moment, the International Space Station is currently flying south of Asia across the Indian Ocean. And aboard Dragon Freedom, the Crew 9 crew members are currently off duty. They undocked at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time earlier this morning from the Zenith port, or the space-facing port of the Harmony module on the space station. Dragon has gone through a series of automatic maneuvers, or burns, that have paved the path for Dragon Freedom to bring the crew and a spacecraft back home to Earth later this afternoon. In about 1 hour, we will have the depart phase burn 1 that will ultimately prepare us for the deorbit burn. This deorbit burn is set at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, and is going to act as a braking maneuver to slow Dragon down and prepare for a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Florida. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched on the Boeing
Freedom SpaceX for hatch troubleshooting.
Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched on the Boeing Crew Flight Test on June 5th, 2024, from Space Launch Complex 41 atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Due to systematic issues with the spacecraft, NASA decided to return Butch and Suni with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov as a part of the Crew 9 mission.
Freedom. Did you call?
Freedom, we did. Apologies for waking you up, but we have a couple questions about the hatch status, and we would like to confirm that status before deorbit. I have some instructions for you, and can you report when you're ready to copy? For starters, we just want to remind you that you're currently in a safe configuration and that there's no credible way to open the hatch with the delta pressure. First, we would like to confirm the state of the hatch indicator. To ensure we're all on the same page, we want to distinguish the difference between the indicator and the marker. The indicator is the pointy arrow and the marker is the rectangle. Earlier, you called down that the indicator is about 1/4 of an inch off the marker, but we're looking to confirm if the base of the indicator aligns with the marker. How copy?
Copy all. The indicator, actual part that moves from the open to the close, is what comes up short of the marker. And understand, we're in a safe config.
Copy. And just to be clear, the non-pointy end of the indicator, does that align with any part of the marker? Can you repeat your last call? We didn't copy.
negative. There's no part of the indicator that aligns marker.
We copy. Based off that, we would like you to deploy the hatch handle and continue to crank the handle until it ratchets, and then carefully stow the handle to ensure that the handle position does not change. Following these actions, we'll be looking for you to report the hatch indicator status. How copy?
So I'll crank on the handle, get it to ratchet some more. And
affirm on cranking on the handle to see if it ratchets. And Freedom SpaceX, we had a brief loss of comm, but we are with you and standing by for that hatch indicator status post deploying the handle and continuing to crank.
As you just heard, Nick Hague.
I was able to rotate it another full turns, and then it ratcheted, and the indicator.
And Nick SpaceX, you cut out at the very end of your call. Please repeat your last.
The marker and the indicator are now aligned.
Dragon SpaceX, we copy that the indicator and the marker are now aligned. Again, we apologize on waking you up, but appreciate this. You are now go back to bed. We hope that you have some sweet dreams and good rest.
Thanks.
And as you just heard, the SpaceX teams from Hawthorne, California, and Nick Hague aboard Dragon Freedom real-time worked through a alignment on the hatch of Dragon. The crew is currently in a safe configuration, but of course teams are just constantly monitoring the crew and the spacecraft to ensure safety. At this time, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage throughout re-entry and splashdown, as well as during their 17-hour phasing period for the Crew 9 mission. Coverage of re-entry and splashdown will begin at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
This is the International Space Station Control Room live from NASA's Johnson Space Center Mission Control. Right now, Crew 9 members Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Sunny Williams are currently in their scheduled sleep period as they make their way back to Earth. Once the crew splashes down at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 Eastern, recovery begins with medical evaluations and progression through exercises that improve mobility, balance, flexibility, aerobic conditioning, strength, endurance, and the body's ability to sense its position and movement. Before each mission, astronauts undergo a series of medical tests to establish a pre-flight baseline using key health parameters, including aerobic fitness, agility, strength, and endurance. These pre-flight measures and routine health monitoring while on board the space station help NASA's astronaut, strength, and conditioning specialists customize and adjust astronauts' exercise plans to optimize performance. The returning astronauts undergo the same pre-flight tests to assess their health status. These results inform a personalized reconditioning program to restore their physical performance safely and progressively to their pre-flight baseline. The astronaut strength and conditioning specialists tailor each rehabilitation plan based on the astronaut's condition, test results, and medical status. As crew members advance through the post-flight program, each aspect of their functional recovery is carefully monitored and addressed to ensure a smooth transition to daily life and prepare them for future missions. In about 30 minutes, the vehicle will undergo a depart burn phase 1, bringing them closer to their splashdown by putting the Dragon spacecraft at the correct altitude and distance away from the space station to prep for deorbit burn. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through Re-entry and Splashdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. But for now, this is Mission Control Houston.
you are just now joining us, we are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room, providing live audio mission updates for NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission. We just heard that we pulled go for the next burn of the Crew 9 mission, the departure Phase 1 burn. This burn will put Dragon at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prep for the deorbit burn. The depart phase burn 1 is the 7th out of 10 burns to ultimately prepare Dragon Freedom and Crew 9 for their return home. That burn is set to happen in the next 18 minutes. Now we just wait for confirmation of the start of that burn. This burn will last about 10 minutes and will move Dragon 23 miles further away from the space station than it already is. So again, that burn is scheduled for the next 18 minutes or so, and we will come back once we get that confirmation. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. We have about 4 minutes left until the beginning of the departure phase burn 1. Again, we are awaiting confirmation for the beginning of that burn, and of course the confirmation of the nominal burn. About 20 seconds until the burn starts. And we have confirmation of the start of the departure phase burn 1. This burn is the longest burn out of all the 10 scheduled for NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission returning to Earth. The departure phase burn 1 is about 10 minutes in duration, and will adjust Dragon and put it at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prep for deorbit burn, which is scheduled about 12 hours or so from now. The departure phase burn 1 will move Dragon about 23 miles in altitude and distance. Again, this is the 7th out of 10 burns for Dragon Freedom. And the undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station will ultimately take Dragon above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory through a series of maneuvers known as departure burns. We've gone through departure burns 0 through 3 and are now in the next two departure phase burns, and that's departure phase burn 1 and departure phase burn 2. These burns ultimately will lead Freedom to swing below the space station on a trajectory for the deorbit burn. This deorbit burn that we are looking forward to is a 7-minute 29-second braking maneuver, and it's scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, later this afternoon, March 18th. The deorbit burn is an important burn on this mission, as this burn will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing Dragon to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and prepare for a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Florida. NASA SpaceX Crew 9 is expected to splash down off the coast of Florida at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that's later this evening, Tuesday, March 18th. Now, NASA Plus coverage does start at 4:45 p.m. Eastern for that re-entry and splashdown. Coverage will be on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as on social media. Again, that coverage begins at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:45 p.m. Central Time, for a splashdown at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern. So we are on standby to receive confirmation of the completion of this departure phase burn 1. Up next is a departure phase burn 2, which will be occurring in approximately 45 minutes from now. The departure phase burn 2 is not as long as the departure phase burn 1. Again, departure phase burn 1 is the longest burn out of all of the 10 we are expecting to receive today. Flight control teams here in Houston and Mission Control Houston, as well as SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are currently monitoring Dragon Freedom, that is carrying the Crew 9 crew member as they make their way home. We are currently in mission audio coverage, and again, we'll be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, again for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. While we are on standby to get confirmation of the completion of departure phase burn 1, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. And we just got confirmation that we are halfway through the departure phase burn 1. On your screen, you are seeing the International Space Station view from about 250 miles above Earth, traveling just below South America. NASA SpaceX Crew 9 just undocked from the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time, where they departed the rest of the Expedition 72 crew. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov spent a long-duration mission along the orbiting laboratory, performing science experiments and technology demonstrations that will benefit us here back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring further through our Artemis program, going back to the Moon and eventually Mars. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore had a mission duration of 286 days at the time of the Crew 9 splashdown. Later this afternoon, that is about 9.5 months. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov had a 171-day mission, and that's almost 6 months. Crew 9 is currently in their sleep period and are resting before deorbit burn and re-entry. Again, deorbit burn is scheduled in about 12 hours from now, with splashdown occurring at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, approximately, off the coast of Florida. And we are on standby to hear about the completion of the Depart Phase 1 burn. And we just heard confirmation of a completed nominal depart phase burn 1. The next burn, the depart phase burn 2, is scheduled for the next 38 minutes. We just completed the 7th burn out of 10 that we are expecting and are looking towards the 8th burn. This next burn, departure phase burn 2, will have a duration of about 53 seconds, so just under a minute, and will change the altitude and distance away from the International Space Station at a rate of about 5 meters per second. Both departure burn 0 and 1 successfully led the Dragon Freedom to exit the keep out sphere. That's the imaginary boundary about 200 meters in radius around the space station. It's one of several safety zones. And depart burns 2 and 3 pushed Dragon on the right path for their return home. Now we have undergone departure phase burn 1 and soon to be departure phase burn 2 that are ultimately correcting that altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prepare for deorbit burn and eventually splashdown, bringing our Crew 9 astronauts home. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage. We will be going live on NASA Plus for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. Coverage begins at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, with splashdown at approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Florida. Flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are monitoring the Crew and Dragon, and will continue to monitor them throughout their 17-hour phasing period and re-entry and splashdown. Again, we will provide that continuous mission audio coverage throughout splashdown, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. We are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. At the moment, we are currently monitoring NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission as they join their path to return home in Splashdown off the coast of Florida. Coming up in about 22 minutes or so, we will undergo departure phase burn 2. This burn will ultimately put Dragon at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prep for the deorbit burn. That's scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon. The deorbit burn is one of the major burns in the mission and their reentry and splashdown. This burn will slow Dragon Freedom down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere. After this maneuver, a parachuted-assisted landing, or splashdown off the coast of Florida, will occur at approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew departed station about 4 hours ago. That was at 12:05 a.m. Central Time and 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. They undocked from the Zenith port, or space-facing port, of the Harmony module aboard the International Space Station. The Crew 9 crew members are currently aboard Dragon Freedom. This is the 4th flight for this Dragon capsule that previously flew NASA SpaceX Crew 4 and the private astronaut missions Axiom Mission 2 and Axiom Mission 3. At the moment, we are on standby. In about 20 minutes, departure phase burn 2 will begin and be underway, and we will be on standby to hear confirmation of a nominal burn. Again, this burn is critical in correcting that altitude and distance away from the International Space Station and prepping the crew and Dragon for its return back home. The Crew 9 crew, NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, they conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations while aboard the orbiting laboratory that will ultimately benefit us here back on Earth, as well as in the future, as we look forward to exploring beyond low Earth orbit on the Moon and eventually Mars. And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we are go for departure phase burn 2. Again, that burn is happening in about 19 minutes or so. And we're on standby for confirmation of that start. During their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station, they completed hundreds of scientific experiments and technological demonstrations, some of which included testing exercise devices that help keep humans healthy while in spaceflight, growing plants, and the study of how moisture levels affect these environments and our humans aboard the International Space Station. Some of the crew wore biomonitor vests and headbands. This set of garments contained sensors that collect data such as heart rate, breathing rate, blood pressure, and temperature. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also processed samples for Anthrospira C. This is an investigation from the European Space Agency that transplants and grows microalgae aboard the International Space Station. These organisms conduct photosynthesis and could be used to convert carbon dioxide exhaled by the crew into oxygen, and ultimately helping maintain a safe atmosphere inside the spacecraft. While aboard station, a few of the astronauts had the opportunity to exit the orbiting laboratory, exit the hatches, and conduct spacewalks, performing maintenance on the exterior of the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Suni Williams conducted 2 spacewalks during her spaceflight, and she now has conducted 9 total spacewalks in her career, totaling 62 hours and 6 minutes. Now that's the fourth longest spacetime, cumulative spacetime ever, and the most by a woman. Butch Wilmore conducted 1 spacewalk during his spaceflight and now has conducted 5 total in his career, and that's a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched on the Boeing Crew flight test June 5, 2024, from Space Launch Complex 41 on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. But due to systematic issues with the spacecraft, NASA decided to return Butch and Suni with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov as a part of the Crew 9 mission. NASA SpaceX Crew 9 lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida back in September. This marked the first time a human spaceflight mission launched from that pad. At the end of this mission, concluding Splashdown later this evening, Wilmore and Williams will have a mission duration of 286 days, and Hague and Gorbanov will have spent 171 days in space. Again, Crew 9 is currently in their sleep period at the moment, getting some rest following an undocking earlier this morning, and looking towards an upcoming splashdown off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. That's scheduled for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. Crew 9 is the 9th crew rotation mission of SpaceX Human Space Transportation System, and its 10th flight with astronauts, including the Demo 2 test flight back in 2020 to the space station through NASA's Commercial Crew program. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through Re-entry and Splashdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. Again, we have that departure phase burn 2 coming up in about 14 minutes or so we will be on standby to report when we hear confirmation on the beginning of that burn. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. And we have 5 minutes until the departure phase burn 2, waiting that confirmation. And we're about 2 minutes away from that departure phase burn 2. This burn will last just under 1 minute, traveling at about 5 meters per second, moving Dragon ever so slightly to correct the altitude and distance away from the orbiting laboratory, putting them on track to splash down later this afternoon. Confirmed 1 minute until burn. And that departure phase burn 2 is in progress. We are going to await confirmation of a nominal completion. We just got confirmation of a nominal burn that has been completed. That burn completed at 4:54 a.m. Central Time, 5:54 a.m. Eastern Time, ultimately setting Dragon Freedom up for a deorbit burn later on this afternoon. This deorbit burn will prepare Dragon to enter the Earth's atmosphere and have a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Florida, bringing our NASA SpaceX Crew 9 astronauts back home to Earth. And eventually, they will get on a G5, a NASA G5, and will return to Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where they will be reunited with friends and family. At this time, Crew 9 is about 5 hours into their 17-hour phasing period, again targeting a splashdown later this afternoon for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The next burn that we can expect is not for another 11 or so hours, and that will be, as mentioned, the deorbit burn. At this time, as we continue to monitor Crew 9 and Dragon Freedom on their way to the internet, or on their way back to return to Earth, flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are closely monitoring the Crew 9 quartet as well as Dragon. We are currently in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and that's for coverage of Re-entry and Splashdown of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, Suni Williams, Nick Hague, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov off the coast of Florida. Again, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through that splashdown, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. Right now we are following NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission as they are on their way to return back home in Splashdown off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is scheduled for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew 9 is on their way to Splashdown off the coast of Florida. They're going through a 17-hour phasing period at the moment after undocking from the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time this morning from the Zenith port on the space-facing side of the Harmony module. Prior to departing the International Space Station, they had a quick handover period, a direct handover period with NASA's SpaceX Crew 10, who just arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend. This handover included science, technology, and procedures to prepare for Crew 9's departure from the orbiting laboratory. NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, at the time of the splashdown later this afternoon, will have spent 9.5 months during their mission, and Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov will have spent almost 6 months during their mission. Suni and Butch traveled approximately 121 million statute miles, and Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov traveled 73 million. At this time, we have gone through about 8 burns, and these burns are ultimately paving the path for Dragon Freedom to splash down successfully off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station takes Dragon above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory, and these are a series of maneuvers known as burns or departure burns that Freedom will swing around the space station and put it on a trajectory that will ultimately lead to a splashdown. The next burn isn't going to happen for another about 11 hours or so. That's scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, just about 45 minutes or so before splashdown. This deorbit burn will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, and this will allow for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown for the Crew 9 crew. Once they have splashed down off the coast of Florida, the U.S. Navy will retrieve the Crew 9 crew and hoist the Dragon Freedom on top of the naval ship and egress the crew safely. And after that, the crew will be assessed by medical doctors and will return back home to Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where they'll return with their family and friends. This was the third spaceflight for Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Nick Hague, and the first for Alexander Gorbanov. During this long-duration mission to the International Space Station, the Crew 9 crew saw the arrival of 8 visiting vehicles. That includes 5 resupply missions, 2 commercial crews, that was NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 and Crew 9, as well as 1 Soyuz mission carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit. They also saw the departure of 8 visiting vehicles, including 5 resupply missions as well, Starliner and NASA's SpaceX Crew 8, as well as 1 Soyuz mission carrying NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. Crew 9 spent months aboard the International Space Station completing science experiments and technological demonstrations to help benefit us back here on Earth, as well as prepare for future missions as we travel further beyond low Earth orbit. While aboard the space station, Crew 9, as well as the rest of the Expedition 72 crew members, partook in quite a few science experiments, some of which include testing these exercise devices to keep humans healthy aboard the International Space Station, growing plants, swabbing the exterior of the International Space Station for microorganisms to determine if any microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which ones survive. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also installed patches during a spacewalk to repair damage to thermal shields that block out sunlight while allowing X-rays to pass through. Again, NASA SpaceX Crew 9 is currently in their sleep period aboard Dragon Freedom, and they are on their way to Splashdown off the coast of Florida this afternoon. We have gone through about 8 burns out of 10, and are expecting our next burn, the deorbit burn, in about 10 hours and 47 minutes from now. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through Reentry and Splashdown, and we will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of Reentry and Splashdown. But for now, this is Mission Control Houston. Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We're here in Mission Control Houston, providing mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission as they make their way home and approach Earth and are fixing to splash down later this evening. Splashdown is set for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. After NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend, they completed a direct handover with Crew 9, and that included science, technology, and procedures to prepare for their departure from the orbiting laboratory. They did undock from the International Space Station this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time, and they undocked from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module aboard the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations that will benefit humanity back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring further beyond low Earth orbit, to the Moon, and eventually Mars. At the moment, the Crew 9 crew is currently off duty in their sleep period aboard Dragon Freedom. They have been flying for about 6 hours or so since undocking and are in a 17-hour phasing period until they splash down again off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Over the last 6 hours, Dragon Freedom has undergone about 8 burns total. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station took Freedom above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory through a series of maneuvers that are known as departure burns. Freedom swung below the space station on a trajectory that will prepare Freedom for the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is about a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver. This is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, just about 45 minutes before splashdown later this afternoon. This maneuver will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere. After that, we can expect to see a parachute-assisted splashdown of the Crew 9 crew as they make their way back to Earth. On board the Crew 9 crew, Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore had a mission duration of 286 days, about 9.5 months. And Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov had 171 days, almost 6 months. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched on the Boeing Crew Flight Test on June 5, 2024, from Space Launch Complex 41 on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Due to systematic issues with the spacecraft, NASA decided to return Butch and Suni with Nick Hague and Alex Gorbanov as a part of the Crew 9 mission. NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission lifted off from the Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. This marks the first time a human spaceflight mission has launched from that pad. At the end of the mission, Wilmore and Williams will have a mission duration of 286 days, and Hague and Gorbanov will have spent 171 days in space. Of course, the Crew 9 quartet conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations aboard the orbiting laboratory, some of which include testing exercise devices that will help keep humans healthy during spaceflight. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also processed samples for Anthrospira C, an investigation from the European Space Agency that transplants and grows microalgae above the International Space Station. These organisms could conduct photosynthesis and could be used to convert carbon dioxide exhaled by the crew members into oxygen, helping maintain a safe atmosphere inside the spacecraft. During a recent spacewalk, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore also swabbed the exterior of the International Space Station for external microorganisms, an investigation exploring whether microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which one survives. Humans carry microorganisms with them wherever they go, and this investigation could help scientists take steps to limit microbial spread to places like the Moon and to Mars. Crew 9 did some exercising while on the International Space Station to prevent bone mass loss. They even wore biomonitor vests and headbands that contain sensors to collect data such as heart rate, breathing rate, blood pressure, and temperature. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore also worked with hardware for a study that tests 3D printing of an implantable medical device that could facilitate recovery from peripheral nerve damage, a type of injury that can cause sensory and motor issues. In microgravity, this manufacturing technique produces higher quality devices that may perform better, benefiting the crew members on future long-duration missions and patients back here on Earth. These, of course, are just a few of the hundreds of hours of scientific experiments that Crew 9 completed during their stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. Pretty impressive. While the crew is in their sleep period at the moment, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage throughout re-entry and splashdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. We will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of that re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. live from the International Space Station. We are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Mission Control, Houston, providing you live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is scheduled for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov undocked from the International Space Station this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time from the Zenith port, or the space-facing port, of the Harmony module. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled 121 million statute miles during their 9.5-month stay on the International Space Station, as well as almost 5,000 orbits of the Earth. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov traveled about 73 million statute miles and almost 3,000 orbits of the Earth during their 6-month stay. Since undocking about 6 hours ago, Dragon Freedom and the crew have undergone about 8 burns, departure burns and departure phasing burns, that have ultimately put Dragon on the right path to splash down this afternoon off the coast of Florida. The departure phase burns put Dragon at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prepare for deorbit burn later this afternoon, right before splashdown. That deorbit burn is coming up in about 10 hours or so. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station took the Dragon spacecraft around the International Space Station and through a series of maneuvers that ultimately put Dragon on the correct trajectory for the deorbit burn and ultimate splashdown and parachute-assisted landing later this afternoon. Flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, have been monitoring the Dragon spacecraft carrying the crew as they are making their way home. Before departing the International Space Station, Crew 9 welcomed NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 to the orbiting laboratory as they completed a few handover items such as science, procedures, technology, and more, before Crew 9 took off from the International Space Station and made their transit into low Earth orbit and soon to be off the coast of Florida, right back home on Earth. Crew 9 also saw the arrival of approximately 8 visiting vehicles and the departure of 8 visiting vehicles, including 10 resupply missions, 4 commercial crew missions, and 2 Soyuz missions carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. The crew is flying aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft named Freedom, which is making its 4th flight. It has previously flown NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 and the private astronaut missions Axiom Mission 2 and Mission 3. Again, that deorbit burn is scheduled for about 9 hours and 50 minutes from now. We are in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time for coverage of reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to monitor the progress and the return of Crew 9, including NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The cadre of astronauts and cosmonauts departed the International Space Station yesterday evening at 10:05 p.m. Central Time with the hatch closure and farewell ceremonies before the undocking command was given, and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft would depart the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. Since then, the Dragon has executed a series of departure burns to put them on the proper trajectory to bring them back home to Earth, and then now the crew in an off-duty period getting some rest before deorbit activities. The deorbit burn that'll bring Dragon on that trajectory back home to Earth will occur later on this afternoon, currently scheduled for 4:11 p.m. Central Time, with an anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida at 4:57 Central Time. We will continue live audio coverage throughout until we pick back up with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time on NASA Plus, the agency's website, and social media channels. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to a splashdown off the coast of Florida, completing their multi-month mission to the International Space Station. Crew 9, consisting of Commander and Pilot Nick Hague and NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would have closing ceremonies and the hatch closure of their Dragon Freedom spacecraft from the orbiting laboratory yesterday evening at 10:05 p.m. Central Time was the hatch closure, and the formal undocking separating Freedom from the space station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. The crew is underway in that 17-hour phasing period and in an off-duty time right now, catching some rest before deorbit activities will get underway. And for deorbit and bringing the Freedom spacecraft back home after their multi-month stay above the International Space Station, scheduled for later this afternoon, with an anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who launched back in June of 2024, they will wrap up at the time of splashdown a mission duration of 286 days in their extended stay above the International Space Station, and that would include over 4,500 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. They are joining Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, who launched to the orbiting laboratory back in late September for a 6-month stay, and at the time of splashdown they will have completed 171 days in outer space and 2,736 orbits of Earth for just over 72 million statute miles. For this Crew 9 team boarding the SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft, as we mentioned, that would launch with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov back in late September, and at the time it was the 9th crew rotation mission to the International Space Station, and also would be the first SpaceX crewed flight that would launch from Space Launch Complex 40. And for a period, both Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov would also join up with the team of the Soyuz MS-26 team, including NASA astronaut Don Pettit and the commander of Expedition 72 in the International Space Station, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner. And only a few days ago, over the weekend, Crew 10 would join, as they would launch on March 14th and have just been on station a little over 3 days from now. For Crew 10, led by commander of that crew and Ann McLean, first-time flyer Nicole Ayers to the International Space Station, Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov would join the team above the International Space Station. And after a brief handover period between Crew 9 and Crew 10, that would pave the way for Crew 9's return, as again they would undock earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern, and are currently in a rest period of their 17-hour phasing, and will begin deorbit procedures a little bit later on this afternoon with the anticipated splashdown of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We will continue with our mission audio coverage here on the NASA agency website and social channels, and with NASA Plus production will pick back up at 3:45 p.m. Central Time at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can also follow on the agency's website and social media channels as well. Until then, we will continue providing mission audio coverage through Reentry and Splashdown on all things NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown off the coast of Florida later this evening. Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Suni Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, have completed their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station and are en route to return to Earth with the anticipated splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The four astronauts and cosmonaut would get together for final farewells and a hatch closure at 10:05 p.m. Central Time last night, and would formally undock from the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. The crew is currently in an off-duty period, getting some much-needed rest ahead of deorbit activities. And over that 17-hour phasing period, they would execute a series of undocking and departure burns that would put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory to return to the Earth's surface, and again splashing down off the coast of Florida later on this evening. For Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, who would launch on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June, they are wrapping up a 9.5-month stay aboard the International Space Station that would span 286 days at the time of the anticipated splashdown, and that would accumulate to over 121 million statute miles. For Suni Williams, 286 days on her third flight in total, and now for her career, 608 days in space, the second most by an American astronaut. The only one ahead of her is Peggy Whitson at 675 days. Williams would also conduct 2 EVAs outside of the orbiting laboratory in her time aboard International Space Station, and has now conducted 9 EVAs in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the fourth most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Butch Wilmore, who joined her on that Boeing Starliner launch back in June on top of a ULA rocket, his 286 days in space on his third space flight is coming to a close, and now, at the time of splashdown, will have a career total of 464 days in microgravity. Wilmore would conduct 1 EVA in his time aboard the International Space Station along with Williams, and has now conducted 5 in his career for a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. For Commander Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut, they would join with Crew 9 back in late September and would dock to the International Space Station on September 29th. They will wrap up 171 days in microgravity, completing a 6-month duration aboard the International Space Station. For Nick Hague, this is his third space flight and will have a total of 374 days in space upon splashdown, and he also would conduct 1 EVA in his time as a part of Expedition 72, and has conducted 4 EVAs in his career for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. For Alexander Gorbanov, this was his first flight in microgravity into the International Space Station, rounding out 171 days for him in space. As I mentioned, the crew currently in an off-duty period, resting up ahead of deorbit burn and the final burns of the journey, and that would put them on a trajectory towards splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Now that deorbit burn is still a little while away, a little less than 9 hours from now, and we're splashdown, the anticipated splashdown time, about 9.5 hours from now. We are currently in mission audio coverage, and we'll be live on NASA Plus and the agency's website, as well as the social media channels, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll cover all things reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center, as we continue to bring you audio-only coverage of the NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and their return to Earth after they mark a long-duration journey to the International Space Station. NASA astronaut and commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore and Suni Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov completing their long-duration stay. For Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, 9.5 months after launching back in early June, and for Hague and Gorbanov, a 6-month stay aboard the orbiting laboratory as they would launch to the station back in late September. For Williams and Wilmore, their mission duration 286 days upon the anticipated splashdown time later on this evening. As for Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would wrap up a mission duration of 171 days. The crew currently in the middle of the 17-hour phasing period after undocking from the International Space Station back at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern. They then went through a sequence of departure burns to separate their Dragon Freedom spacecraft away from the orbiting laboratory and begin their journey home. The deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom scheduled later on this afternoon just after 4 o'clock Central Time, with the anticipated splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. Here inside the International Flight Control Room, they are going through a brief handover period as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams currently exchanging information and beginning that handover period, much as did Crew 9 and Crew 10, as they would complete a brief handover period with the arrival of Crew 10 and Commander Ann McLean, first-time flyer Nicole Ayers, Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov, Onishi of JAXA and Peskov of Roscosmos. And that would open up the door for Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov to make preparations and return home. We will continue with our mission audio-only coverage through the early moments of this afternoon, and then we will switch over to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for the full coverage of Re-entry and Splashdown. The crew aboard SpaceX Dragon currently in an off-duty period, getting some much-needed rest before deorbit activities. And they will wake up and get back to work a little bit later on this morning. As for the crew aboard the International Space Station, which they would depart, leaving NASA astronaut Don Pettit, Roscosmos cosmonaut and the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner, along with McLean, Ayers, Onishi, and Peskov. We will continue with that live mission audio coverage through the resumption of the NASA Plus at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, and again the anticipated splashdown of Crew 9 off the Gulf Coast of Florida at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. Till then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live from the Johnson Space Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to provide audio-only coverage of the phasing and return of Crew 9 and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft after completing their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. The teams here inside the Flight Control Room have just completed a handover period, and the Mosaic flight team, led by Fiona Antkowiak, has now taken over and have reported out all teams with their updates, including that the Dragon Freedom is in a nominal and good trajectory as they continue their phasing and return to Earth. It is a part of a 17-hour phasing process from undocking to the anticipated splashdown time, the undocking of Crew 9, which includes Commander Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. They would board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and undock at 12:05 a.m. Central Time and begin that 17-hour phasing portion that included a sequence of undocking and departure burns that would put them on that nominal trajectory that was reported out just a few moments ago, with the anticipated splashdown of the Crew 9 team off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, Hague has mentioned that the commander of Crew 9, he and Gorbanov would launch the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete a mission of 171 days aboard station. And with Nick Hague, he will wrap up his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, and in his time there would complete one EVA. For Butch Milmore and Sonny Williams, it was an extended stay for them aboard the station after launching back in June aboard the Boeing Starliner, and upon splashdown they will wrap up 286 days aboard the orbiting outpost. For both Wilmore and Williams, completing their third flights, and for Butch Wilmore, their 286 days, adding to his career total of 464 in microgravity, and he would also complete one EVA in this current mission as a part of Expedition 72, and that would add to 5 EVAs in his career. For Sonny Williams, she would perform 2 EVAs as a part of Expedition 72, US EVA 91 and 92, and that would up her total to now 9 in her career. And for that time, of a career total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. The crew currently aboard Dragon Freedom are in an off-duty period. They will awake and begin deorbit prep, in addition to a prop wasting burn that'll occur all before the deorbit burn can occur. And then that would lead them en route to that splashdown time, again, of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew aboard the International Space Station, they are wrapping up their workday and about to wind things down and begin their rest period as the handover here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room begins to wrap up. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage of the phasing and return of Crew 9 to Earth throughout the morning and evening here in Houston, Texas, and then we will resume NASA Plus coverage that will take us through reentry and splashdown of Crew 9, and that'll be on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And with that, we'll continue with our audio-only coverage. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor the phasing and the journey of Crew 9 as they have undocked successfully from the International Space Station and are en route to their return to Earth. Crew 9 consisting of Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, alongside Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA and Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos, successfully undocked from the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning, and have executed a sequence of burns and are now in an off-duty period in preparation for deorbit commands and the eventual return and splashdown to Earth. And that splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee, currently scheduled for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage until NASA Plus coverage will resume at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that will take you through re-entry and splashdown. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov as a part of the cadre of Crew 9 members, they would launch the International Space Station back in late September and would dock and execute a mission of 171 days, about 6 months, aboard the orbiting laboratory, in which they would travel 72 million statute miles. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA, they would launch to the space station aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June and have an extended stay upon splashdown of 286 days in microgravity. And for them, that would include 4,576 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. For Hague, Williams, Wilmore, and Gorbanov, they would depart the Expedition 72 crew as back on station and part of Soyuz MS-26 team, and NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. And then Crew 10, who recently just arrived to station a little more than 3 days ago, they would execute a brief handover period with Crew 9, and transitioning both the science and roles and operations to the Crew 10 team, as Ann McLean, the commander, Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, and Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov of Roscosmos would take over those roles, and thus paving the way for Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov to return to Earth. We'll continue with our mission audio coverage until the NASA Plus coverage will pick back up, as well as on the agency's website and all social media channels. That again will begin at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and that'll cover re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage as NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 makes their way through a 17-hour phasing period to an eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. The Crew 9 team, consisting of Commander Nick Hague of NASA, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, also of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, have completed their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station and would have hatch closures and goodbye ceremonies yesterday evening, and then that would lead up to an undocking at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. The team is currently undergoing a 17-hour phasing period, and since undocking has executed a number of undocking and departure burns that would put them on the appropriate trajectory and all nominal outputs so far from the Dragon Freedom spacecraft en route to what will eventually become the deorbit burn that will send them en route to a splashdown. That splashdown, as mentioned, off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, the anticipated time we will see, as well as 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew aboard the International Space Station, including Crew 9, the Expedition 72 crew overall, with Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov now departing. Remaining on station are NASA astronaut Don Pettit, a commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos, and his Roscosmos cosmonaut colleague, Ivan Wagner. Crew 10 recently arrived to the International Space Station just this past weekend, docking on March 15th, and have been on station for just a little more than 3 days. But with their arrival, with Anne McLean as commander, Nicole Ayers as pilot, Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov joining them as mission specialists, they would embrace a brief handover period with the Crew 9 team, and they would hand over both science experiments and overall procedures aboard the International Space Station, and that would also pave the way for Crew 9 to allow for departure and the eventual splashdown. For Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, they would launch to the International Space Station back in early June, and it will, upon splashdown, wrap up a 9.5-month stay in microgravity and a mission duration of 286 days and over 4,500 orbits of Earth, resulting in over 121 million statute miles. For both Wilmore and Williams, they are completing their third space flight, and for Wilmore, now a career total of 464 days in space, and he would complete one EVA as a part of Expedition 72. That was US EVA number 92, and overall in his career now 5 EVAs. For Suni Williams, she's also wrapping up her third flight in microgravity, her 286 days aboard this mission, 608 in her career. She would also participate in EVAs, 2 of them, US EVA 91 and 92, and now has conducted 9 EVAs in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes. And that is 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, as a part of a Crew 9, would again launch to the International Space Station back in late September, completing 171 days in microgravity and a 6-month long-term duration aboard station, completing 2,736 orbits of Earth upon splashdown and over 72 million statute miles. For Nick Hague, this is his 3rd space flight and will now have a career total of 374 days in space, and he would conduct 1 EVA as part of Expedition 72. He and Williams were members of the US EVA number 91 back in the middle of January, and he has now conducted 4 EVAs in his career for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. For Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, he is completing his first ever flight to microgravity into the International Space Station, totaling 171 days. While aboard the orbiting laboratory, this team of Crew 9 would complete over 900 hours and over 150 unique science experiments, and now bringing that all back to a conclusion with the splashdown of the anticipated time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We'll continue with our mission audio only coverage up until 3:45 p.m. Central. That is when we will return to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media for the live coverage of Re-entry and Splashdown. Again, that is 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll continue with updates up until then. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, live with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to Splashdown off the coast of Florida. You are listening to live audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period and return to Earth, an eventual splashdown later on this evening. Hello from the International Space Station, a flight control room inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as the Crew 9 team of Nick Hague, commander and NASA astronaut, along with NASA's Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov successfully undocked from the International Space Station, completing their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. From there, they would go through a sequence of undocking and departure burns to set them on the appropriate trajectory to bring them closer to their return to Earth. For Williams and Wilmore, an extended stay aboard the International Space Station that upon splashdown later on this evening will put them at 286 days in microgravity. For Hague and Gorbanov, their 6-month duration resulted in 171 days upon completion. The crew aboard Dragon Freedom are wrapping up a rest period and getting some much-needed shut-eye before beginning deorbit procedures that'll get underway a little bit later on this afternoon. And the anticipated splashdown time is 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be off the coast of Florida in the Gulf near Tallahassee. We will continue our mission audio coverage until we will resume NASA Plus coverage and live on the agency website and social media. That'll begin at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be live coverage as you can watch Re-entry and Splashdown for Crew 9. Now, this crew would, before undocking, undergo a brief handover period with the newly arrived Crew 10 team that consists of commander of that crew, Ann McClain, NASA astronaut, as well as Nicole Ayers, JAXA's Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov of Roscosmos. And after that handover period was complete, that is what paved the way for the ability of Crew 9 to begin its journey on home. Now, aboard the International Space Station, Crew 9 was able to participate in over 900 hours and 150 unique science experiments aboard the orbiting laboratory, including stem cell technology that'll potentially address blood diseases, autoimmune disorders, and cancers. They also tested lighting systems to help astronauts maintain a circadian rhythm while aboard Space Station, which could also reveal ways to improve conditions for shift workers here on Earth in those extreme or remote environments. They would also work on plant growth and quality for support of future missions to the Moon and Mars. They would assist and load up JAXA's first wooden satellite and also collect swabs outside of the International Space Station during a spacewalk, US EVA 92, in which Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams would exit out of the orbiting laboratory and collect samples from around the space station's exterior to study the survivability of potential microorganisms in space. And again, the Crew 9, this Dragon Freedom capsule that would launch the International Space Station back in late September, carrying Hague and Gorbanov. Their trajectory, everything at nominal so far, as they begin what will be the deorbit burn process a little bit later on this afternoon, en route to the splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central. For Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, they would launch to the space station aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June and complete their 286 days in microgravity upon splashdown. For Wilmore and Williams, completing their third space flights each respectively. For Wilmore, his total career in space, 464 days. He would join Suni Williams on an EVA, US EVA 92, as just mentioned, collecting those samples outside of the station, and now has 5 EVAs in his career. For Suni Williams, she would participate in 2 EVAs as a part of Expedition 72, and those 2 EVAs would add to her career total of now 9, and that brings her to an hour outside of the orbiting lab to 62 hours and 6 minutes in her career, 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they launched to the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete 171 days aboard the orbiting laboratory and in microgravity. For Hague, completing his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the International Space Station, and a career total now of 374 days, and would also participate in 1 EVA, that was EVA 91, joining Suni Williams back in mid-January. And for Alexander Gorbanov, this was his first flight to microgravity and the International Space Station. The Roscosmos cosmonaut will complete his mission of 171 days. And again, we'll pick back up NASA Plus live coverage, as well as everything here on the social media channels and nasa.gov, the agency website. That'll all pick back up at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll have everything from re-entry to splashdown. And again, that splashdown anticipated at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, in the Gulf off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage and all updates involving Crew 9's return to Earth throughout these same channels. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and their return to Earth after a long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. Hello from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as the live audio coverage continues on after a successful undocking for the quartet of the Crew 9 team. That is Commander Nick Hague of NASA, along with Butch and Suni Williams, also of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The undocking would occur at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. After their long-duration stay for Hague and Gorbanov, upon splashdown will be 171 days in space. For Wilmore and Williams, an extended stay aboard the International Space Station, and will complete 286 days. After undocking in the early morning hours, they would undergo a couple of undocking burns and 4 departure burns that would put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory in preparations for the deorbit burn coming up later this afternoon. The next burn on the timeline will be about 5 hours and 48 minutes from now, the prop waste burn, and that is to expend extra propellant inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and reduce mass to allow for the proper alignment of that craft to begin its deorbit burn and splashdown. Now, splashdown currently slated for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll pick back up the coverage live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at that time, starting with the coverage of re-entry and a splashdown. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would launch the International Space Station in late September. For Hague, his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the space station, resulting in a career total now of 374 days in space. For Alexander Gorbanov, wrapping up his 1st flight in microgravity. For Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, they would launch to the International Space Station back in June and would dock a day after and complete 286 days on orbit, and both of them wrapping up their 3rd space flights. For Wilmore completing 464 days in his career, and he would participate in 1 EVA aboard the Expedition 72 crew, and that was US EVA number 92, in which he would join Suni Williams back on January 30th, and now has 5 EVAs in his career. For Suni Williams, 3rd flight for her, and now totaling upon splashdown 608 days in space. She would participate in 2 EVAs, US EVA 91 and 92, in quick succession on January 16th and January 30th, joining Nick Hague for the 1st and Wilmore for the 2nd, and that would put her at 9 for her career, and a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most total by a woman. We'll continue with our audio coverage of all things in the return of NASA SpaceX Crew 9, and we'll pick back up with the NASA Plus coverage and live coverage on the agency website and social media, again beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown off the coast of Florida in the Gulf of America near Tallahassee. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague of NASA astronauts Butch and Suni Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov would depart the International Space Station after a long-duration mission, completing Crew 9 tasks as a part of Expedition 72. The undocking from space station in their Dragon Freedom spacecraft occurred around at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and since then executed a series of undocking and departure burns to put them on the proper trajectory to return home to Earth. Anticipated splashdown time is 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll continue providing with live mission audio coverage up until 3:45 p.m. Central, and that is when NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as social media will kick back up with live visual and audio coverage that will include re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Understand.
All right. Next, this should have been briefed before you went to sleep, but we do expect sparse TDRS coverage. This is going to be between 1523, that's 1523, and 1609. That is coming up in about 40 minutes. During that time, I recommend crew begin 4.700 and cabin stowage for deorbit prep. As part of that deorbit prep, we'll also need crew to stow temperature sensors per the tablet procedure 2.203, and we'll need you to report when complete. I'll take a pause here for any questions.
Questions make sense. We're going to have sparse teachers coverage 1723 to 1609. During that time, we'll kick off 4.700, including the temperature sensor stowage, and we'll let you know when those sensors are stowed.
All right, sounds good. Next, we are going to try and do the deorbit day PMC. We'd like to do it around 15:30. We have about 10 minutes of comm coverage available for that. So if crew desire, we can move that earlier if you want to do it earlier, or if you think more than 10 minutes is going to be required.
Be a short PMC, so we can stick to the 1730.
And correction there, it's 1530, 1530.
1530, gotcha.
All right, and last, I'm going to ask that we try and perform our inventory report and stowage reports per section 1 of 4.700 at 1700. That's 1700 Zulu.
You want our inventory at 1700.
Yep, and then last item will be, we're going to try fluid loading start per your timeline at 1705. And that concludes the morning briefing. Do you have any questions?
No questions. We'll make sure we start fluid loading per the timeline.
All right, sounds good. Next event then, I'll let you guys continue with your off-duty end and cabin configuration after waking up, but we'll plan for the PMC at 1530.
That's good.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where you just heard communications from SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, relaying up to NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 team and Commander Nick Hague, as they have woken up from their off-duty period and will now prepare for the Dragon Freedom spacecraft for deorbit preparations and performing inventory reports in anticipation of their continued phasing, deorbit burn, and anticipated splashdown in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. That splashdown looking to occur at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew woke up just a few moments ago, and that crew, the quartet of Crew 9, including Nick Hague, who you heard on that communications, along with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA, and Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos. They would wake up and radio down to Dragon Communications in Hawthorne, and also had a nice welcome music to bring them on back of a coming home variety. So again, the team is awake inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and preparing deorbit prep, along with inventory reports, fluid loading, and the like, in preparation for deorbit activities that will occur later on this afternoon. And the approximate splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, off the Gulf Coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We are in mission audio coverage, and we'll begin live on NASA Plus once again, as well as the agency's website and social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll provide coverage of reentry and splashdown of the crew of Crew 9. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center, with live mission audio coverage as we continue to follow the progress of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 from undocking to the anticipated splashdown later this evening and throughout their 17-hour phasing period. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would depart the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, thus concluding their long-duration stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. They would then go into a sequence of undocking and departure burns to distance themselves from the neighborhood of the space station and put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft in the appropriate trajectory to begin deorbit procedures, and eventually the splashdown targeted for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. They do have one more burn to go. That is the prop waste burn. That will occur a little less than 5 hours from now, and that will disperse extra propellant inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft to shed mass before preparing for deorbit. The Crew 9 team is awake. They woke up a couple of moments ago to some wake-up music from the teams in Hawthorne, California, and the SpaceX headquarters, and with their morning briefing will begin deorbit preparations, performing inventory, fluid loading, and more as a part of their early morning tasks, and again, all in preparation for deorbit. Taking a closer look at the Crew 9 team, for Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov. Hague, the commander of Crew 9, he and Gorbanov would launch the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete 171 days in space, and their mission specialists joining them in Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They would launch the International Space Station back in June as a part of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft mission, and will complete 286 days in microgravity. For Hague, he will be completing his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, and will now, upon adding his 171 days aboard the space station and a part of the Expedition 72 crew, it will have 574 days in outer space for his career. He would participate in one EVA, that was US EVA number 91, in mid-January, and would now have a career total of 25 hours and 56 minutes over 4 career EVAs. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they are both completing their third flights and missions to the International Space Station. For Wilmore, his 286 days add to his career total of 464 days, and would participate in one EVA, US EVA 92, also in mid-January, and would now have 5 for his career. And for Butch Wilmore, those 5 totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. For Sonny Williams, wrapping up her third flight, 608 career days in space. Upon splashdown later this evening, she would participate in 2 EVAs during her time aboard the International Space Station and a part of the Expedition 72 crew, US EVAs 91 and 92. Those were on January 16th and January 30th, respectively, and now has 9 EVAs for her career, totaling 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most ever EVA time, and the most by a woman. So we will continue to provide audio updates on the progress of the Crew 9 Dragon Freedom spacecraft and their return to Earth after their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. And again, the anticipated splashdown time, 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. We will pick back up with live NASA Plus coverage, as well as extended coverage on the agency's website, nasa.gov, and social media at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that coverage will include reentry and a splashdown for the quartet of Crew 9. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to bring you live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to an eventual splashdown off the Gulf Coast of America and coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch and Suni Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would depart the International Space Station, completing their long-duration stay aboard the orbiting laboratory in the early morning hours at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and would execute a series of burns to undock and depart to put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the proper trajectory to begin their deorbit and departure away from the International Space Station, and in the right trajectory to bring them home. The anticipated splashdown time of a Crew 9, 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For the Crew 9 team is a part of the Expedition 72 team aboard the International Space Station for Nick Hague, alongside with Butch and Suni Williams, all three NASA astronauts, and all three of them will be completing their third flights. For Hague, 171 days in space for him after launching to the International Space Station back in late September, and for his career, 374 days in space. For Suni Williams, her third flight will culminate now into a career number of 608 days, and she would perform 2 EVAs while aboard station and a part of Expedition 72, and now has 9 EVAs for her career, with her time...
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck.
Freedom, loud and clear.
Loud and clear, Freedom. Our crew ready for the deorbit day PMC.
Affirmative.
SpaceX copies. I'll be privatizing Dragon to ground, and the next call you hear will be from Flight Surgeon.
And those conversations you just heard from the core team in Hawthorne, California, the SpaceX headquarters, tracking the progress of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 team. And on the other side, you heard the commander, Nick Hague, relaying down to the team here on Earth as they continue deorbit preparations. Crew 9 awoke not too long ago, only about an hour and a half ago, and that's when they would begin the morning prep session for deorbit, and they would perform inventory checks, fluid loading checks, and now checking in with the team further at the core in SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. We will continue with our mission audio coverage of the return of Crew 9 and their anticipated splashdown time, again at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We will transition from audio only to NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as on social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Dragon SpaceX. Dragon to ground is no longer private.
Copy all. Q.
Freedom SpaceX, just a reminder, we are 5 minutes away from a 30-minute expected LOS.
Copy. Upcoming 30-minute LOS. We'll catch you on the other side.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period en route to a splashdown off the Gulf of America and the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. For the Crew 9 team, you just heard moments ago the radio down from the communications team at the core at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, and anticipated LOS or loss of signal for about 30 minutes, and we anticipate hearing back from the crew at roughly 11:10 Central Time, 11:10 a.m. Central Time. That Crew 9 team aboard the Dragon SpaceX Freedom spacecraft consists of Commander Nick Hague, a NASA astronaut completing his third flight and second to the International Space Station, alongside with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, also both of them completing their third flights, and first-time flyer and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The quartet of astronaut and cosmonauts would undock from the International Space Station, completing a long-duration stay above the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and are currently undergoing a 17-hour phasing period that'll lead up to the eventual splashdown, with the approximate time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. After undocking and backing away from the International Space Station, after a sequence, they would execute a sequence of undocking burns and departure burns, and the next major milestone for the Dragon Freedom spacecraft is the prop waste burn that'll occur about 4 hours and 20 plus minutes from now, and that is to allow for the spacecraft to shed itself of any excess propellant and mass to prepare itself for the deorbit burn, which will follow shortly thereafter. And after the deorbit burn, the Dragon will close its nose cone and prepare itself for the deorbit procedures and eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. We will continue to provide audio updates throughout this journey for Crew 9 as they make their way back home to Earth, and we will begin NASA Plus coverage, or pick back up NASA Plus coverage later on this afternoon, and the agency's website as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that coverage to begin re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad and our live coverage of SpaceX Crew 9 and Butch and Suni's return to Earth. We are now just over 6 hours away from that targeted splashdown. On the bottom side of your screen, you can see 3 Earths. That is a live tracking position now of Dragon and the International Space Station coming in from SpaceX. The Dragon currently passing over the northern part of Africa. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad Network, and here at TOP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And if you haven't yet, take a moment, gauge that like button, and subscribe so you never miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to Earth, or one of our live mission trackers following missions to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. As always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and I'll do my best to be answering those with you guys in the chat or over commentary over the next 6 hours, plus another about hour or so after that, because we will stay live all the way through Splashdown, as well as Dragon Recovery, where we will get to see those Crew 9 astronauts depart Dragon on the SpaceX Recovery ship. It'll be great to see them all home safely. On the top of your screen, live views from the International Space Station, one looking down at the ground. The other is, I believe, one of the elements of the Canadarm, looking at one of its kind of base units. That's where it kind of docks when it sits there. So always amazing to get these live views from the ISS, see their operations. We are listening in to both station-to-ground communications as well as NASA communications for updates. As we get started for our day's live commentary coverage, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, and as well as share out the stream and invite people to join us. A quick programming note, we are tracking a Starlink launch from the Space Coast in Florida, currently targeting 3:57 p.m. Eastern Time, so we will be covering that as well. If you want to stay up to date on the latest of the launch schedule, head over to tlpnetwork.com, click on the launch button, that's where you can see the up-to-date launch schedule. Carmen, thanks so much for becoming a suborbital explorer, and Paul kicking off the morning with a $20 coffee fund. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous all the time, and it really does help. In the Fray 2 asks a really great question. Why do they have loss of signal with all the Starlink satellites now in place? Just curious. The International Space Station and Dragon do not fully operate off of Starlink. So they did do a demonstration of Starlink on Dragon during the Polaris Dawn mission. Had really great success with that, but the International Space Station does not operate with Starlink. Maybe it's something we'll see added in the future, but they use other systems and satellite networks, including TDRS. So just because we have a loss of signal of cameras with Station or Dragon doesn't mean we have a loss of signal of telemetry. Sometimes we can still get that down, but there are times where we'll pass over regions of the world. If the orbits are just right, you pass and you're over the entire Atlantic Ocean. Well, unless you had boats out there with big dishes on it, you're going to have a loss of signal. But Dragon is fully autonomous. Dragon could actually undock from the ISS, do the entire journey home to Splashdown with us having no data and no one on Dragon interfering with it. They're just there for the ride. It is a fully autonomous vehicle, but it does have a pilot and a commander trained to take over if they need to. Really great question there. Subraja, sorry if I said that wrong. Thank you so much for the super chat there as well. I appreciate that support. Hanisha, I heard the last 10 minutes very crucial. If yes, can you explain? Yeah, so the last bit of re-entry, once you commit to your deorbit burn, and you have atmospheric interface, when Dragon actually starts entering the Earth's atmosphere, that is when you enter that critical time. Dragon's an incredible vehicle. It's had a great track record. So nothing, not something we're overly worried about, but it is something. You're entering the Earth's atmosphere. You're traveling at very high rates of speed, creating plasma around the vehicle. We on shuttle during that. It is dangerous, and it is no different than every time we send something to Mars. There's a period of time that we all hold our breath until they come through it, and it's just being practical and knowing that we're defying odds when we do this type of stuff. Flying in and out of planets' atmospheres. We know what we're doing, but there's always a chance that something goes wrong. So we always hold our breaths, say a prayer, and hope that they come through on the other side, and we know that they will. Steve Safaro, thank you so much for that super chat, $9.89. Thank you for the membership. Look forward to continuing. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate you supporting on that level. That all goes into us helping expand our cameras. We do have our Starbase 24/7 live, currently looking at the launch site, production site, and Massey's test site. We're working on expanding cameras down at Starbase, on the Space Coast, and around the world, and that is only thanks to your guys' generous support. Now, anytime we do hear commentary come in from NASA, I'll be quiet and we'll listen in because they've got better updates than I can give you. And I'll be popping on every 20, 30 minutes or so, giving you guys commentary updates as we get closer and closer to that splashdown period. We will, of course, patch in NASA and SpaceX when they go live with video coverage of the deorbit burn, reentry, splashdown, and recovery. So we'll keep you updated on everything as we follow Dragon's journey home. Crew Dragon Freedom, with a crew of 4, including Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams of Starliner, on their journey home. On the space station still, Soyuz MS-26 and SpaceX Crew 10. MS-26 has been there about 187 days. Crew 10 is there for just over 2 days now. Soyuz MS-26 will be the next to depart, but that'll happen after Soyuz MS-27 launches in just a couple weeks' time, and we will bring you full live launch coverage of that as well. David Small, thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Thank you, sir, for all your coverage. Thanks to mods and admins and friends. Yeah, we have an amazing mod team. We're super excited and thrilled. It's been a very busy kind of 72, 96 hours with Crew 10's launch and now Crew 9's return. And the mod team absolutely crushing it, but also making sure that they get sleep too. So if you guys are interested in becoming part of that team, definitely take a moment and consider applying. We are looking to expand our volunteer crew of moderators, as well as camera operators and launch producers and launch broadcast hosts. So take a moment, fill out an application there if you're interested, and if we think you might be a fit, we'll reach out and do an interview. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that support, David. But yeah, keep sending in those comments and questions, tagging me at the launch pad. I'm going to take another quick commentary break, and I will be back with you shortly. You are looking and following the live Return to Earth coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew 9. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are finally coming home. We are just over 6 hours from Splashdown. Stay with us.
This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 return as they make their way through a phasing period after undocking from the International Space Station and their eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida just outside of Tallahassee. Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside of Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams here on the ground and in Hawthorne, California continue to monitor the space station as well as the journey of the Crew 9 team and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. Right now, with about 10 minutes left in an anticipated loss of signal between the core team in Hawthorne, California, the headquarters for SpaceX, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE, the communications team, relaying that up to the Crew 9 crew about 20 minutes ago, an anticipated return of communication around 10 minutes from now. The Crew 9 team aboard the Dragon SpaceX Freedom spacecraft are NASA astronaut and commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague, along with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The quartet of astronauts and cosmonaut would undock from the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, pushing back from the zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station, backing away through a sequence of undocking burns, and then executing also a sequence of departure burns to put the spacecraft in the proper trajectory to begin the deorbit process. This Crew 9 team would back away from the International Space Station after a handover period with Crew 10, who recently arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend and would dock on March 15th. They are just 3+ days into their duration aboard the orbiting laboratory, and that crew, led by Anne McLean, the commander, along with Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov. They would join then what was a pretty busy group on station, also including the Soyuz MS-26 team with NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos, and Ivan Wagner, also of Roscosmos. Focusing on Crew 9 for Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Suni Williams. For Hague, he would launch along with Gorbanov on the SpaceX Freedom Dragon spacecraft back in late September 28th, and would dock a day later, and upon splashdown this afternoon will complete a mission duration of 171 days, traveling the Earth and orbiting the Earth 2,736 times and accumulating over 72 million statute miles, and that will complete their 6-month duration. For Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, they launched back in June and will complete a 9.5-month stay. They would launch back on June 5th on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, and upon splashdown this afternoon will complete 286 days in outer space and 4,576 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. While aboard the International Space Station during their duration, the Crew 9 team would perform over 900 hours and 150 unique science experiments before departing the laboratory earlier this morning. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all three completing their 3rd space flights. For Butch Wilmore, 464 days will be his new career total upon splashdown. He would participate in 1 EVA, that was US EVA 92 in the middle of January, and has 5 for his career. For Suni Williams, she would participate in 2 EVAs, US EVA 91 and 92, and that was on January 16th and January 30th, to put her career total now to 9 EVAs for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Nick Hague, his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the International Space Station will bring his career totals to 374 days. He also would participate in an EVA alongside with Williams, EVA 91 on January 16th. And for Hague, that brings now up to 4 EVAs for his career, totaling 25 hours and 56 minutes. And for Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, he is wrapping up his very first flight to the International Space Station and will have a career total of 171 days upon splashdown. Upcoming milestones for the Dragon crew and Crew 9 will be the prop waste burn. That'll be a little more than 4 hours from now, and that is where the Dragon spacecraft will dispense and rid itself of unnecessary propellant and put itself in the proper mass for the eventual deorbit burn, which will be a little more than 5 hours from now, 5 hours and 7 minutes. And that'll set things up for a splashdown time of approximately 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that will be in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. We will continue with our mission audio coverage and provide regular updates throughout the process on the agency's website as well as the social media channels, and we will return live to NASA Plus for the full production at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for coverage of Reentry and Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period and return to an eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida just outside of Tallahassee. Hello from the International Space Station Mission Control Center inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor the quartet of the Crew 9 crew and their Dragon Freedom spacecraft, led by Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. These four would board their Dragon Freedom spacecraft earlier this morning and receive undocking procedures and back away from the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time from the Harmony module and the Zenith port or space-facing port of the International Space Station. The Dragon Freedom spacecraft would execute undocking burns and departure burns to put the craft on the precise trajectory to begin the deorbiting process. They have executed those departure burns and are now awaiting the prop waste burn, which will be about 3 hours and 53 minutes from now, in which the spacecraft will rid itself of excess propellant and reduce mass in preparation for the deorbit burn, which will shortly follow. The splashdown for Crew 9 and the anticipated splashdown zone at 4:57 p.m. Central Time off the Gulf Coast of America in Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. For Nick Hague, Suni Williams, and Butch Wilmore, they are completing their third space flights in their careers. For the commander in Hague, he would spend 171 days in outer space on this most recent mission and a part of Expedition 72, and add to a total of 374 days in his career. He would participate in one EVA venturing outside of the International Space Station, US EVA 91, on January 16th. For Suni Williams, he would join Nick Hague as a part of that EVA, as well as one other, two for her, US EVAs 91 and 92, and now has her for a career total of 9 EVAs in her career, for a totaling of 62 hours, 6 minutes runtime, and that is the fourth most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. This is her third space flight, 286 days in microgravity this current mission, and 608 days in her career. For Butch Wilmore, also third flight and 286 days as a part of his Expedition 72 time aboard the orbiting laboratory, 464 days in his career, and would participate in one EVA, that was US EVA number 92, that took place back on January 30th, where he and Wilmore would venture out into the vacuum of space for 5 hours and 26 minutes, and would be his fifth EVA of his career. They would board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft earlier this morning and begin those undocking procedures after a handover period with the newly arrived Crew 10 time, as they would arrive to the International Space Station this past weekend, launching on the March 14th and docking on the 15th, and their time aboard station just a little over 3 days. But with that handover period and able to pass along, that would open up the door for Crew 9 to begin the deorbit procedures with pristine weather expected in the Gulf of America. For Crew 10, led by Ann McClain, commander, along with NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. And joining them and remaining on board the International Space Station are NASA astronaut Don Pettit, and Roscosmos cosmonaut and commander of Expedition 72 Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. While aboard the International Space Station, Crew 9 would perform over 900 hours and 150 unique experiments before 5 a.m. Central Time from the Harmony module Zenith port of the International Space Station, and the anticipated splashdown in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee, at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. And we will continue with audio updates throughout this phasing period for Crew 9, and we'll pick back up with our live NASA Plus coverage, as well as coverage on nasa.gov, the agency's website, and on social media beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for coverage of Re-entry and Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston. 'Cause 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 '
Freedom SpaceX for status update.
Freedom's with you.
Hey Nick, actually I actually had a packing question. Wondering if you had an update on if you were able to stow all the sleeping bags back into C5-4, or if you think you were going to need or did use one of the 4.0 bags.
We were able to get all that stuff back into the single storage locker, so we're in a good config.
Excellent, good news there. Then I'll just remind that we're going to try and do the inventory report at 1700 Zulu. That's in about 40 minutes from now. And then we do have a ground station right now. We do have cameras external, but if we are welcome back on board, we'll come back on board at any time with cameras.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Right now we've got all the lights off and we're looking at stars. I'll let you know when we're finished and invite you back on.
Copy, sounds good. Enjoy that.
Great communications there from the Core and SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer communicating with Crew 9, NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 aboard Dragon Freedom as they continue deorbit preparations of the spacecraft and packing up all loose items and stowing properly before re-entering Earth's atmosphere and eventual splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time. And you heard from Commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague, relaying down to the ground of what the crew is currently up to, and that is they are awake. They awoke a couple of hours ago, packed up, and now enjoying the view just outside of the windows of the Dragon Freedom SpaceX spacecraft before, again, beginning the deorbit process. We will continue with our audio coverage of the phasing of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they continue on their journey away from the International Space Station, which they were attached to for multiple months. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, a 9.5-month stay. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, a 6-month long duration mission on the orbiting laboratory. And we'll continue, as mentioned, the audio coverage, but we'll return live to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as on the social media channels beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. And that will take you right up through re-entry and splashdown, with the splashdown occurring off the coast of Florida in the Gulf, just outside of Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control in Houston, live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Go ahead, Freedom.
Welcome to come on board with internal cameras.
SpaceX copies. I'll let you know when we're on board. Additionally, per the timeline, I will give you the formal go for deorbit preparation per procedure 4.700.
Copy that. We've got your go to start into 4.700.
You are listening to live audio there between the SpaceX Core, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, and NASA's SpaceX Crew 9, and Commander Nick Hague, relaying information of deorbit preparations as Crew 9 undocked from the International Space Station earlier this morning and began their journey, a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Florida. We will continue to bring you live mission audio coverage, and you will periodically hear updates from SpaceX, relaying communications to and from the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and Commander Nick Hague. Nick Hague being joined by Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov alongside NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, the quartet, beginning their journey home from the International Space Station earlier this morning. As those four would depart the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, departing the zenith port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station, executing a sequence of undocking and departure burns to put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft in the proper trajectory for their return to Earth. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would launch to the International Space Station on Dragon Freedom back in late September, and upon splashdown later on this evening, will complete 171 days in microgravity. For Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, they had an extended stay on the International Space Station and will complete 286 days in microgravity after launching to the orbiting laboratory on the Boeing Starliner back in early June, and would dock a day later to begin their long-duration mission. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all three completing their third spaceflight.
SpaceX, I have removed the exterior only camera override, so cameras are back internal, but for your awareness, we do not have a ground station. We'll have a ground station in about 30 minutes, but the exterior camera only override has been removed.
Freedom copies.
And there is continued communications between SpaceX and the Crew 9 team, and Nick Hague confirming. For Hague, again, completing his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, 171 days with him and Alexander Gorbanov, and for his career, 374 days in microgravity. For Gorbanov, this is his first flight to the International Space Station and will wrap up his 171-day journey. For Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, both, again, their third flights to microgravity. For Wilmore and Williams, 286 days aboard station. For Wilmore, 464 in his career, and for Suni Williams, 608 for her. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all three would perform EVAs. Suni Williams would be a part of both of them, US EVA 91 and 92. That would occur in mid-January, and up her career total to now 9 for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the fourth most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Butch Wilmore, he would join Williams for US EVA 92, and that would be his lone EVA expedition at 72, and fifth of his career, totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. And for Nick Hague, joined Williams on US EVA number 91 on January 16th, and for Williams, or pardon me, Hague rather, his fourth EVA in his career for 25 hours and 56 minutes in total. For Crew 9, they would undergo a quick handover period with the newly arrived Crew 10, which would launch to the International Space Station just this past weekend, launching on March 14th and docking on the 15th, and their duration aboard the orbiting laboratory has just eclipsed a little over 3 days. And staying back on station and wishing well to Wilmore, Williams, Haig, and Gorbanov, Ann McLean, and Nicole Ayers of NASA, Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov of JAXA and Roscosmos, respectively, along with NASA astronaut Don Pettit, Expedition 72 Commander Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. Upcoming key milestones for the Crew 9 team. It will be the prop waste burn. That'll be about 3 hours and 18 minutes from now. That'll allow the Dragon Freedom spacecraft to rid itself of excess propellant and put itself at the proper mass to begin the deorbit procedures, which the deorbit burn, which will occur about an hour after the prop waste burn, 4 hours and now 17 minutes away, will put the spacecraft on the proper trajectory for the splashdown, which is coming up on 5 hours and 4 minutes from this moment. And that splashdown again at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll continue to provide audio coverage throughout. And we'll pick back up on NASA Plus, the full broadcast, along with NASA.gov, the agency's website, and social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for coverage of reentry and splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston.